Good evening, everyone. Excuse me. Another instance of dinner finishing right around the time the stream starts, so the slightly longer time is just due to to that. I'm going to. Should be all good. What is this on my desk? Okay. It always throws me off when the sound effects don't play right away. It's been a good portion of the day doing Pokemon prep work, but because it involves different consoles and whatnot, and just playing on and off again today, I figured there was no reason to stream it. Maybe I could have hang out in Discord, but you know. We seem to have another slow start to the stream this Friday night. Okay, so we're going into case 4. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Wait, does that say bow? Yeah. Did I edited, I made the freaking stream title wrong? Okay, fix that. I have dyslexia. I must have it. I read bow as blow. So let's see. Gingers. I always love it when the little each chapter begins with almost the newspaper story version Iris wrote of each one. At least, okay. So anyway, 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Getting back into the winter of things. This game really loves the winter time, doesn't it? Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. Sasuto-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? Oh, probably. That he was actually the mass murderer? The professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows it then. Now Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ha, there she is. Who is this? Who? Oh, okay. Bro, they're in common clothes. I didn't even recognize them. The judge. Dude, the judge is so fit. You wouldn't have thought it behind the robes. Hello, Sasato. How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted to see you arrived safe and sound. To be fair, I kind of not happy to see it either. They're in on the stank together. I could feel it. Hello, Mr. Naruhado. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh no, not at all. It's my pleasure. I've heard about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man, and why do I feel as though I've seen him before? Bro, he can't even recognize him without the robes. I take it from your expression you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Shishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? I bought the gavel. Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhado, guilty! Ah! Oh! You're... The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhado. Your Excellency! Oh, Jigoku? That's how I'm gonna say it. I don't know how to pronounce it. How are you? It's been a long time. Oh, good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Bro, he brings that with him around? Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time. So, London again, after all this time. How hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Shishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Jigoku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and London searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry, ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Shihiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Wait, really? It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Oh. Guilty as charged! Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit of as important as he looks. Ah, yes, now, Naruhado, I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yeah? Yes, could you tell us any more about it? They probably won't. But it's worth talking. Okay, so let's go one step at a time. So how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. That is so long to be anywhere. Could you imagine traveling 50 days to go somewhere, and you're just kind of waiting? That would drive me mad. I bet it wasn't as bad when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Then I truly wonder if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. Ah, oh, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris. We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow. It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. It's thanks to Shihiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen! You were close friends with a professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under that bridge since then. But doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. So what is all this about Kazuma's father? So the professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Asogi. Oh no! He's Genshin Impact. No! No wonder his son cut him in half. Genshin. I've heard that name before. You know, I presume, Father. Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. This music is so important. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts. Oh, why? As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day he came to my office at the university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death? I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Kazuma has since turned up here in London, working as an apprentice of Lord Van Zeek's. What? What? That's news to us! So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. So, wait a minute. So perhaps these two aren't necessarily... Well, this is maybe too soon to jump to this conclusion. But maybe it's the fact that these two aren't actually complicit in some bad wrongdoings, more so that they're just an accessory to keeping Genshin's crimes under wraps, solely for the purpose of maintaining international peace, and that could be the extent of it. So perhaps there's nothing shady about them other than the fact that they were kind of told, hush, hush, don't talk. And it must be true, because Strongheart knew, he had to have known Kazuma was the person that was with Amnesia and sent him to train with Van Zeeks. And the fact that Strongheart didn't tell them tells me that they're not as in deep as Strongheart is. You know, this is starting to give Strongheart some villain vibes for sure. That and the fact that his head of forensic science was... I get the reason why she did. She wasn't necessarily dirty, but they had to keep the secret to keep international peace, or Britain and Japan could fall apart, I guess. It's crazy how this stuff runs deep. What was that? Okay, that was just my... Occasionally just my stream going live late by 12 minutes. Okay, anyway. As you know, we both thought Kazuma had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father? Wait, what? Okay. In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive. And here in London, you say? I never dared to even dream it. Why did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia. What? Amnesia? When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were. I see. He only regained his memory 8 days ago. This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently. I wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? Well, let's talk to him. That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago, things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at the Yume University at the time, you know, young lady. Yes, grandmother told me. He went to do research at Great London Hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Ugh, not more talk of graves. The graveyard there. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Do you remember that Scottish prison governor, Cadian, his name was? He was a good man. Yes, but then of course, our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of the most gruesome murders. But why? I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. Dang. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. Don't cry! He murdered people! Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this truck up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Oh, she is gone. Sounds like it's gone off at a run. I like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing her entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Naruhado. Oh god, he's staring straight at me. He's got something serious to say. I hope you'll keep an eye on Sesto for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Bro, uh-oh. The dad trusts us with his daughter. Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. Dude, I've thoroughly let her down. Sorry? What do you mean? Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Sesato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too. Oh, yes. Hasato's hinted at something like that. Her mother, right? It was a rather turbulent time at home. Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man, and it was then that Shihiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind, so perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say. I completely understand, Professor. One other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, I'm sorry it took so long. Ah, shoot. Wait, hold on. I know this man. He's from the first game, isn't he? Miss Sasito. Now then, allow us to take your bags. Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think, given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course. That was... I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It really made Father very happy, I think. Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Makatoba was about to ask me something. So I return to Baker Street then. I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, so we got... Alright, well, let's go here first. The game is pushing us here before anything else. What the heck was that? Sholmes' Suite. What the heck did I hit? I have no idea how to even pronounce that. There's so many accents. I don't know. I'm gonna guess. What was that? A man screaming? In a most unflattering way. Do you think? Could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't do it no more! Mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, oh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be gingers. Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, you're coming with me now, down to the clink. Oh god, what? No, not in prison. It's dark and damp, and I don't like it. I hate it. I don't like it. Both the darkness is my friend. I am not scared. Aye, but you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next dang heist. Aye, I don't like this. I don't like it. We are tough. We'll finish this down at the yard. Now get moving. Oh my god. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks. Yeah, great, detective. Wait, is Sholmes here? What is happening? Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Runo. Hello, Iris. We're home. Well, did you find your daddy? Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Oh, God. We gotta bring that up! Yes, of course. God, we're gonna harbor that around for a while. Oh, Shinji is raiding. Hey, Shinji, how you doing today? If you're actually in the chat. Dr. John H. Wilson. So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. I'm assuming this is Dr. Sholmes. Ah! Bro, he's ginger now. What happened to him? But before we can... Oh, Monster Hunter World? Okay. I don't know how long those games are. I've never played the Monster Hunters myself. Good God. This red is so cursed. It's not a bad shade of red for a character, but like, it just doesn't fit Sholmes' entire attire. 100 hours. Oh god, and the fact that when you say only is almost so concerning. I just get to the point in my life where I don't need my games to take hundreds of hours unless they're like massive multiplayer ones, personally. But that's just me. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhado? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I've brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. Whatever is going on here today. In that case, let us sit and drink now. For I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today. Okay. Okay, let's have tea and let's have some tea and get the tea, as they say. Or is that how they, no, you spill the tea. Let's have the tea and spill it, I guess. Isn't that how the... Is that the expression? I know it's like an expression when it comes to you know what, we'll just go with it. Okay, so who were the gingers? Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before? Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions. What? When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out. It is Herlock, yes! Capcom is very cheeky. Oh my! You were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes? But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally. You should have asked Jenny Gregsy to come too. We could have had an interesting tea party. Or had an arresting tea party. I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consumedly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it! A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. I highly recommend it. I feel like I'm almost at... I'm in case 4 out of 5 of the second game right now. And it has been a very interesting ride and story. It's been very good. I think my only wish so far is I wish that it had maybe had an extra game to kind of flesh out the characters a little bit more. Not because they're not fleshed out enough, but because I feel like they have only 10 cases to work with a single overarching story. That small character moments, like just general character development and, I guess in a sense, filler, really have no place in this game's story at all. With the exception of the very first case of the second game, but even then that still ropes into the overarching theme, so personally, there's no real flaw, there's no real problem with it. I just wish there was more of it, so they could have drawn it out a little bit more. It feels like every single case is another massive plot twist towards the overarching story. But, I mean, to be fair, that's not necessarily a bad thing. There are people that prefer more straightforwardness and despise filler. I'm one that enjoys filler if it's done right and helps flesh out characters that I think could use more time like that. And I think this cast is really good, and I wish I could get more interaction out of all the characters, because there's so many good characters in this game that just do not have time to be as fleshed out as they could be. It's like they have to expedite the character development of these characters because there's not enough time for it. But they do a good job with the characters that they do flesh out. It's just a shame that that there's just not a little more to work with. Okay. So those redheads have been up to no good. I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes? How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly. It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. Dude, she's, like, stocked up on info. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment these apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man. Which is our lot. What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes? Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent! My God, we're still... Darl's Charwin. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised. It's like, this game does reference, in some ways, real people, but then it's like, Sherlock Holmes is clearly Herlock Sholmes, and I think that Sherlock Holmes is, like, in this world, I think, if he even exists, is a fictional character and such, whereas Sholmes here is real. It's like, but he's, like, literally a parody of Holmes, in a sense. But I don't want to go too far into that. If you play these, I don't want to spoil the dynamic. But it's like it still takes its place as if it was happening in real world and real time with real themes, which I like that more than standard Ace Attorney, where it feels like Ace Attorney, the rest of the franchise, kind of takes place in its own weird twist on reality, and that's because it's mostly being made in the short-term future, and the problem is with localization, no one can agree if it's Japan or America. So it's really kind of weirdly like a weird mix of both. So it's like, I don't know. This game feels a little more stable in that regard because it's literally 1800s Britain and Japan when it takes place there. Anyway. Also, I think I really relate to Runosuke as a protagonist a lot more than Phoenix very quickly. They have the same energy, but like there's something about Runosuke that just strikes true way faster than Phoenix, I guess. Like, it makes sense for Runosuke to not be as confident with his skills. He is learning the law. Phoenix is a graduate who passed the bar exam, and he still acts like he doesn't know anything half the time. I really hope we get another Ace Attorney game soon. Like, they're just, now re-releasing the Apollo Justice trilogy, which, honestly, Apollo Justice is a really good protagonist, too. It's like, every time I make a protagonist, I start liking them more than Phoenix. With the exception of Athena. I'm not a huge Athena fan. I just kind of think they missed the mark on her a little bit. I've never actually tried doing that. I should try that sometime. But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tussauds only just the other day? A large sum? One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it has quite disappeared, I assure you. Wait. My brain did not realize what he just said. Hi, Sora. You're fine. I don't know why he has red hair yet. We haven't addressed that elephant in the room yet in this conversation. The whole first interaction of the stream, or of the case, was Sasito going to meet her father and the judge who had arrived in Great Britain. And it turns out the judge is also the the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He's a really big wig. It also turns out that neither of them knew what happened to Kazuma, and Mr. Strongheart did not tell them that at all. Like, Strongheart had informed them what had happened in the trial about Kazuma's father, but they were not informed of Kazuma's fate. So when Naruhito mentions it, they're like in shock. So my earlier running theory that those two were in on some kind of elaborate evil scheme or something is kind of losing water, is falling out, because they clearly, the extent of their secrecy must come just the fact of keeping the international incident under wraps, and everything else seems to be something else. So who the heck knows? Anyway, so yeah, take that in as you will. Meketoba did not know the whole time, and he was not keeping it from Sasuto, which is a little more reassuring. Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it. Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to Mansurita's problem. For the coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes. Are we addressing the red hair yet? Don't tell me. Let me see. Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. I think we already do. In the end. It's been stabbing me in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation. Yeah, he committed to it. The eyebrows, too. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhito. What? Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Oh my god. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time for you to told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us... Oh, right. Back to the plot of hand. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Greek detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. What does that mean, are wont to lie? Honestly, the longer I look at Sholmes with this hair, the more it's growing on me. Like, at first it was super appalling in terms of just, like, it's so drastic. Now it's quickly growing on me, and I don't know how I feel about it. That case aboard the SS Bura in January. Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? String him up by his ears! The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew, but how? After they had carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Why? Like, but why? How horrible. It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? Thank you! The burning question! As burning as it, I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. Dude, oh my god. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you, I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? No, you can't just leave it at that! You can't leave it at that! Oh my god. I don't think presenting this will do anything, but... I should have read it. I just was having generic bad dialogue, but it was actually something slightly unique. Okay, so what's with the mask? The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. But what is it doing here? Guess decided after the trial the other day. I just sort of picked it up. We ought to give it back to him, I suppose. But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Why is there a shoe up here? I do think this fireplace is one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Although I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu, putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is so comforting. Do be careful, Mr. Naruhado. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You suffer terrible burns, you know. I worry sometimes about how Sasato-san sees me. I love these two's dynamic. Okay. Well. No, I'm not sure. Are you sure you asked everything you need to? I was always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes always uses coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day, I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no! I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes. Oh dear. That is a painful tale. Oh goodness. I forgot about this pink half of the room. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. To think that every single one of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes blossomed from this very machine. Ah, it's such a dreamy thought. I actually had to go on it the other day. The metal bars that move when you hit the keys got all tangled up somehow, and that made Iris angry. Mr. Naruhado, you're ruining my dreamy thoughts. Please don't do that again. I was also angry as well. Bruh. Am I looking for something in particular? Oh, right, tea. This pretty little tea set is out beautifully as ever. Look. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. Is that a roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk? Oh, Mr. Naruhado, you do overthink things at times. That's Iris' wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and chemicals. Just look at all the little bottles she squeezed into the shelves. Yes, and there are charming little ribbons tied around the bottles, too. But the labels aren't quite so charming, are they? This one here reads, Deadly Poison. Oh, I've been so excited about the idea of helping Iris with her experiments, you know? Just try to avoid any bottles labeled Deadly Poison. Or Highly Explosive. Okay, so what am I... There has to be something I'm looking for. Okay, so let's back over here. It's important. Sounds like the last week's edition. What's the article circled in red ink there? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? What's that? I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but... Dude, her expression and stance, coupled with the slow pan over to Sholmes, just kills me. I can't do... Why is it so funny to me? Is there something in my face? Could it just have something to do with that lively hair? Okay, there we go. Why is that so funny? I don't get it. It's not that funny. But it's... What's this thing? I finally managed to remember this behemoth's name. The Great Analytoscope. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, was that right? Yes, it was with the pawnbroker. Ah, of course. Oh, that gives me a wonderful idea. I can pawn everything that's on your desk. The office will be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Asato. You are joking, aren't you? That is not the face of someone who was joking. Mr. Schmoll's famous violin. The one he found being sold for a song at a pawnbrokery. What's it called again? A Shodi something? Oh yes, this wonderful instrument features the adventures of features in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. The message of organized mesh. It's a world famous Stradivarius. What? Stradivarius, Mr. Naruhito. I'm probably saying it wrong and making her look foolish. Are you even trying now? We'll come back to this another time, I think. Dude! Ryunosuke can't pronounce things either! I knew him and me were getting along really well. He and me both can't pronounce, and we're both afraid of heights. It's hilarious. And we both have good taste in women, apparently. He just has no guts. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry, apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high, I can't help feeling that the whole lot's going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and yet it doesn't. The epitome of Mr. Sholmes' brilliance. I don't get it. As it happens, I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking shelves myself. Just the other day, the shelf in my office finally gave way under the strain, though. It looks as though it might topple, and it does. Yes, the epitome of your disarray. I really don't get it. Bro, she's just dragging him! Anyway, okay, can we talk about that paper? I have to present it. Get 4 pounds a week if you're a redhead? Hold on, let me read the article. On account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hoppins of Lebanon, Lebanon, PA, USA, there is now the vacancy open, which entitles a member of the league to a salary of 4 pounds a week, purely for purely normal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body, mind, and above the age of 21 or years are eligible. Apply in person this morning of 31st at a large park on Lime Street. Get 4 pounds a week if you're a redhead. Most fantastic money at making opportunity. Okay, so Lebanon, PA, USA. So the United States in this world is established. I'm just kind of surprised that no one has mentioned it yet. Especially if you have states as much as Pennsylvania established. I'm sure there's other things in here I could probably read too, but I just don't think I want to read them all. But it's cool that they went through all the effort of filling out a whole thing. I don't know, I didn't hit the present button. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhito. Sorry? In the first instance, quite indispensable observation. Believe me, I could have seen the hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? So what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you've circled? You noticed it in the paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was. How? According to the advertisements, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of 4 pounds a week. Oh my, 4 pounds a week? But why? Why are they paying? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. The no details are given in the advertisement. But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put I'll put in my application at once. So why? Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think. Oh my god. See, trying to picture Sasito with jet red hair, or with freaking bright red hair like that. I don't know if that would work. I don't know if it would complement her freaking, her yukata very well. The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see? Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to try to join in his place. Correct, I mean, look at me! Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? Wait, what on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhado, though it pains me to admit it. Oh, God. Your blunder! What did you do? What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Miss Sasito. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor hairpiece. So what is Iris's hair? I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. Except your eyelashes, apparently. Actually, that's the thing. It's like, when it comes to your hair being different colors like that, like, that's the problem, is because there's no such thing as a natural person with it. But, like, would eyelashes and stuff like that really be considered the same kind of thing? I never really paid a lot of attention to blonde people with their eyelashes. I don't really tend to get that close to people. And I have a brownish hair, so it's like my eyelids aren't that fine. The eyelashes aren't that different. But you don't really see people with, unless it's makeup specifically, even in animes, where their eyelashes are colored the same as their anime hair, which always gives me a confusion thing of at what point is it natural and what point is it not? Like, is Iris supposed to be dyed? Is it natural? Like, what is it? I'm confused. Like a lot of this game follows a lot of real-world type of stuff, but then Iris's hair is freaking pink, and where does that even come into play from? Anyway, I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateur is always hampered by such fears. Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say? But of course! Turn 4 pounds a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signal was more than just a little danger, surely. So anyway, Hurley looked full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street, where the Red-Headed League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a costier's orange brow. I queued for 8 hours straight, or 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ha, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away!" After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Wait, what? Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads. Wait, he had them arrested? For what? Mr. Sholmes, you mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today? Indeed, Miss Sasito, that is correct. None of those red-headed gentlemen that were here before. Not at all. They were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is a client. Oh. A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. Oh, how wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Food will be paid for this month. You may stay and observe in fashion in which a great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent, just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. What? Ah! That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. Don't feel as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. Let's get out of here. What a long and injurious journey to find out that Sholmes colored his hair red to get money. And it didn't even work. Alright, Chief Justice. Okay, day. Okay. Oh. Excuse me. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I have supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here? My, seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as it is. Really don't need any more tension. Oh god, we've been spotted. Whoa. My apologies, I didn't notice you'd come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. Now then, Mr. Naruhado. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Oh, God, kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I never experienced a room with such a pleasant, perfect temperature. Oh, God. If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with mainly. As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam. Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited. I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks. I will attend at once. Oh, he stared at us. And then vanished. Bro, why everyone always stare at us? He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't even done anything. Have I? Well, I don't know. We're gonna find out. These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? My god, you idiot. Mr. Naruhado, he's talking about Dr. Sith! Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Sith's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeek's doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing. What's become of Kazuma-sama now? Well, let's chat. Not long ago, visitors' numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? There are that many people in the world? Clearly. As a comparison, Mr. Naruhado, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. The 12th century will see the wholesale adaptation of the forensics... 20th, not 12th. We'll see the wholesale adoption of the forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between police organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium had to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire, in order that Scotland Yard could become the leading investigating organization in the New World. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. You're very biz passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhito. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Yeah, I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Sit at the helm, it was steadily occurring an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep this story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though. Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek's in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel. Oh my! So he stowed away to get here. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's, that way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice, because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? Of course not. No idea. I believe he's left London for the time being. Of course. Oh. I take it you also didn't know that the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Genshin Impact. The scourge of Britain. Kazuma's father's crimes. What we learnt from the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... yes, Genshin Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon. That's... Oh, so the Hound of the Baskervilles. That's where that comes from, I guess. But where's the Baskervilles part come from? And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and it can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand. Correct. However, it has to be noted that there are some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. What? Supporters of mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed, anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? It seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey. Why did he not say anything? Is there any... I'm just gonna skip this. This is the wrong dialogue. I don't want to present him this. Okay. Do we just leave? Really? How true. Okay, so are we done here then? I guess we're done. Yeah, we had to go kill time, I guess. Aha! Here's my guest now! My latest client with money to spend! Oh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Wait, what? Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the writtens do. Thwack! Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please, it's the lady from the other day! Please find my husband, he's run away! Okay, lady. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhado? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, come, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Sasato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yes, now that you've come to mention it. She was on the jury the other day. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure. Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're the picture of benevolence. I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir, this gentleman and the lady would be... Oh, me? What I am about to tell you, I'd like to communicate in the strictest confidence, you understand. Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps. Oh my! Pshaw, my dear fellow! What is your intention? You have no ability to differentiate the features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah! I knew I recognized your face. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh. Oh golly, it sends shivers in my spine. I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. It must be very difficult for you if you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Dang. Pardon? Dude. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was flippery, really, nothing more. Bro. Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. Okay. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. 25 years old. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style. Your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband may have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me. Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other. Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. Is he a ginger? What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will? Oh no, what if he's the ginger that passed away? What exactly is your husband's line of work? He's a warder at the prison. Okay, probably not then. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So your husband is a prison warder? That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder. Wow. Indeed. I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation. Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments, and see that they're carried out. Dreadful punishments. Does she mean capital punishments? And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for the extra he's remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors. Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged? Barclay Prison, sir, Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Yeah, we learned that last time. Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery. No. Lowgate Cemetery. The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. He's reading my mind. Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me. Ah, pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Okay, so the disappearance.
Psychic attack!
Okay. So the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so. The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not all that out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him to not make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever can have happened? My dear Miss Vigil, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home. Oh, she's acting quickly. In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway. I do require my rent. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes. And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it. You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention. Oh my god. You seek only to put this sweet's rent in your landlady's purse, and that's all there is to it. Okay, let's stop. He has to work. Give him a break. I wouldn't trust a detective that's talking all about money. Come on. Besides, you're gonna offer whatever you can because you're going after the most famous detective in the city. He's got some clout. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Miss Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation. Oh, please report with me as soon as you get... report to me soon with news, good sir. Oh my god, I butchered that sentence. Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. Oh, so soon. Oh, how splendid, Mr. Sholmes. Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. But that's in our possession now. Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door. Can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure? I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, a rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've suddenly looked at Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhado? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that. Of course, especially with the mention of the Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhado. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? Bro, wait, what? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you going to go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! Are you kidding me? I thought you digged the do. But then you go to Lime Street with that hair. That was quite different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. Wow, we're not even doing his job. We're doing his job. Of course you are. Oh. if there's any reason to go here, is there? No. We haven't been to our own room yet. Make consultancy. Oh, it's just what to do. It's good news that Professor Megatoba arrived safely, isn't it? Yes, that's wonderful. And the fact that Father has been invited to this important international event really makes me proud to be his daughter. Your father, Judge Jugoku, us, and Kazuma, of course. There's an ever-increasing number of Japanese here in Britain's capital, isn't there? Well, yes, I suppose so. But London does have a population of 6 million people, so I think we're still a minority. Sasatoto-san's father came here with a visiting student 16 years ago, and Kazuma. It's almost as if some great power has been at work, drawing them here across the ocean to London. And I feel as though the waters are starting to swell again now. That really wasn't a what to do, was it? Anyway, let's head to the office. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Ho! Ho! There's a guillotine clock! There's a shotgun! An axe! Chains of all kinds on the walls! A bird! Holy! This place is full of hardened criminals. I can't even remember the last time a civilian was doing here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me... Dude, what a man. Do you kin know who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhito, defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yes? Well, there's no any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door. I did notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came in to ask you some questions about... I didn't like to be so direct, but... I've no intention of speaking with like so you suspicious-looking Easterners. Now get out of my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means he's a racist. I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Impact, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. I might have known. You're sniffing about that case, aren't you? Oh, dude, the cuffs. Your agent's a part of the Professor's great web, no doubt. No, not at all. We're just... Get going with ye before you punch your lights out. We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden. What are you thinking, Masato? I feel sure that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. It was Strongheart, I believe. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Or no, was it... or was it Mr. Megatoba? It's one of those two. Okay, well... Pretty sure it's the hotel. Here he is! Mr. Megatoba. It's just Megatoba as well. That's Professor Megatoba over there. Hello, you two! I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world, now that I'm unpacked. But where's Judge Jigoku? Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs. Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy. Professor, you mentioned something before about how you known the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison. Oh, Governor Caden. You mean? So it is the same man. Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners. Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it would be a very different story. Oh, would you? That would be wonderful if you have time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee. Now, I have a rather lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? No, everyone can read your mind, though. You, Mikotoba, sir, are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that you, Miss Naruhados, are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts? Choose which. Let's not fall out now. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Good luck, then. Dude, this music is honestly really good. I like this song in particular. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden. What's this then? You cannot pull the world from my eyes, you good for nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba. That. The young jock from the forensics laboratory. That Mikotoba. Yes, exactly. Him. Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Sasato. James! You're the young man's daughter? And you did not think to mention that before. I do apologize. Well, you'd best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And then I forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits. Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing. I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now. So then, what can I do for you, Hen? Well, we're currently investigating a case. It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing. Missing? That's right. It's certainly been reported to you as well, being the prison governor. Where did he put the... I haven't heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison. Oh? But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder. Vigil? That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him. Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir? Aye, of course. Chief Warder Vigil. We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. How do you... I wish I could speak this accent properly. He was a fine warder. He's probably not sounding anything like I'm speaking. Sorry, did you say was? Aye, he doesn't work here no more. He left the job. About. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? It couldn't have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years? Yes. 10 years ago? He stopped working here 10 years ago? Aye, as I mind it. Dear kid, I haven't heard the fella's name in all that time. If that's a worry, that's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhado, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yes, I believe it may be. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhado? I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Ah, which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. Very good point. I didn't even catch that. So Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us. What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye, that a word for it here. A walk to the gallows. An execution. It's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning. What did he do? I'm sorry, but I can't reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very, very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post. But why wouldn't Miss Virgil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't ken anything about that, I'm afraid. Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal? And what would that be, Hin? That last execution that Mr. Virgil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's? My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, I really am. But I am no at liberty to answer that. I see. Well, that's a yes. That's a yes without saying yes. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted. The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you ken? Yes, I can imagine. The advancement of medicinal science isn't always particularly palatable. Your father worked in a laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard, in the basement of St. Stenner's. Still in use today. St. Stenner's? That's come up before, I'm sure. Yes, that's right. We've been there. Mikotoba and I used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms. For more fresh material, I suppose. Aye, and we used to sit in here for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Ooh, it takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cuff biscuits, of course. How charming. The smile. The tiny little teacup is so good, and the little handcuff biscuits. He was a good fella, your father. Reliable and dead set on his work. I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese. Because of Genshin and Asogi, I suppose. We gotta keep doing the impact joke. Well, I can't tell you anything else. Thank you so much for your time, Governor. Oh, one moment for you waiting. Oh, he's got an axe strapped on him! I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison. What is it? That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course. Oh my, are you sure? It's no trouble at all. It's no the original, man. Okay. Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Miss Vigil, I wonder? I want to look at some of these objects before we leave. Look, we have an opportunity here now, while the governor's away. Mr. Naruhito, you could be imprisoned if you were caught. That's a good point. Perhaps not then? Wait. What are you... Wait, I can't look at anything in here? There's so much stuff in here! Alright, well, let's leave. Dang, that's disappointing. The decorations here and the governor's face are as terrifying as each other. I wonder if Mr. Sholmes is still at home. Well, if he's still a ginger, he's probably not going... Dude, Mr. Sholmes is ashamed of his ginger heritage now. We're back! Hello, you two! Oh, sorry, wrong person. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. I haven't had a scone in years. Greetings, my dear fellows! Wait, what was being said? That's what the show was. Now he's blue! You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Bro, why are you freaking aqua blue now? Is that even the right shade? Mr. Sholmes is going for his aqua cosplay now. He's got the wrong shade of color. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Cotton candy blue. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration technique before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yes, something very surprising, in fact. Though, if it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest. It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes! Oh, it's Jenna. Drop everything, Sholmes. This is more important. Jenna? Wait, what? Oh, she took her hat off. I can't Adam and Eve it. Why is she crying? What happened? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean, Inspector Gregson? The boss is... He's dead. No! What? What? They just found his body shot with a pistol. Oh my god. No, Gregson. I'm pretty sure. What? But Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Good God. Are you serious, Jenna? Inspector Gregson was really shot? Oh, I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place? In a little rented room in a building 4 flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... one day I was gonna show him. I became a proper detective. Dude. Oh, Jenny. Oh, my goodness. So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They've caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took a look around. That was not English. Who? What awful person did this? Who was it? Oh, I still can't believe it myself. Jenna? It was the Reaper. The Reaper? Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zieks for it? That's why the Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. Are you serious? No. Lord Van Zieks? That can't be. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Beric Von Zieks, I believe, have arrested. I saw him with my own eyes in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently. And when all got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. But there's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Stop reading my mind! Bruh. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. That's why he didn't answer the call. Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over to see him right now. Please come in all as soon as you can. You've got help. Well, let's just go with her. It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we look all haggard. We all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes? What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How can I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson? Dude, is he crying? I think he's crying. Dude. It's definitely getting to him. Mr. Naruhado, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Miss Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Till later then. My blue-haired menace. Inspector Gregson's dead and Lord Van Zieks arrested. Reno, Susie! I've called you a hansom. It's waiting outside. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Miss Lasato? Yes. Drew, I can't believe it. What on earth is happening? Dude. There he is! This doesn't feel right. Wait, so who's gonna be the prosecution then? There he is. Lord Van Zieks behind bars. So it's true. He really was arrested. He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks? Oh, that was Ryunosuke saying that. Whoops. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. Were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrayne. Of course, yes. I keep forgetting that they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Well, when you're behind the bars, I think you lose a lot of freaking clout. So what happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot. Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. Oh. After all, you're not representing me. He is going to need a lawyer, though. Your defense. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet? Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. But this is different. In my career, all of the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not! I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of the barge pole. But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the truth, and you have to kill him more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Professor Harebrayne was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform you of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrayne is safely back in Germany now. He is. Okay. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however. I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. Hey, Ice, how are you doing tonight? But, please. I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. Just no one, not even yourself. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Well, he ain't gonna talk to us. I can't even present. He's just flat out like, shut the f*** and get out. Okay, well, let's go to the scene. Why are you worried about wasting time? You're in jail! Exactly. Captain Bread and Fish and Chips Man was just murdered, Isolate. That's what we're now learning at the moment. And apparently Zeke's killed him, is what they're saying. The room on Fresno Street. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden, rented old room is where it happened then. He was this game's gumshoe, bro! So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Dude, he's been in since, like, case 3 of the first game. He's been here so many times. He was going to Paris! Yes, the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps this investigation is taking him elsewhere. Is that a ginger wig on the floor? Oh yeah, you also missed the fact that Sholmes was a ginger now, and now he's an aqua, wherever he is. Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Ain't one of them drawers gotta be taken white out so you can look underneath and all. I want this space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack too. Blimey, he ain't even ever done. I was looking for dough when the owner's out of town. I have no idea what I just said. I must be into the accent. Jenna's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Ah! Don't look at me like that. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Jenna. Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around there, pouring his stuff and flicking eye this and that, and then scampered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Not knowing what you said is a requirement. I just let Jenna's accent take hold of me and just went. Yeah, you stop saying nothing to no one, not even me. Jenna, would you mind if we investigated too? She can't let us, can she? Listen, Otto. You're the lawyer, right? Yes, why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help the Rika bloke, are you? Oh, poor Jenna. She's never gonna forget, is she, that the trial will haunt her forever. Jenna, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Jenna. It's so weird that she's taken the lead of this position. What's all this? This looks like some sort of notice board or something. I suppose you're white. Well, he is Japanese. He's probably very white. And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper. Ah, Mr. Naruhito, look. This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? And these are case notes here. And details of prison inmates. Yes, in fact, there are all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. Spiritually. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here. Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean. To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Who's this? Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. He doesn't live here! Ah! It's the girt lady, isn't it? What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are! Look! Mr. Naruhito, quickly! Yep, it's her. She's very pretty without the stupid hat. I feel like this woman is familiar somehow. Bro! You can't be this dumb! Of course she's familiar! We only met her this morning! Ah! It's Miss Vigil! This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Vigil here? To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped. Miss Virgil, I was waiting. I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either. The framed photograph has been entered into the court record. And her younger years. Okay, so I did think it looked a little bit different. But not too different. What am I touching? The officer? Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Oh, poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Sorry, sir. I can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir. Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then. A vigilance joke. Alright, well, let's look at the more obvious things. We have ourselves a toy. What's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Seeing it on the floor here. You think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? It's a little hard to imagine Lord Vinzig's playing with something like this. It's only about 8 centimeters tall. Could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. And we should record as evidence, just in case. Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all. In a way. She likes toys. It's okay. There's a pistol. I'm trying to get the cursor on it. This is presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my. Is it real, I suppose? No, it's fake. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. The only way I know for sure, Mr. Naruhito, fire a shot! No! If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. The killer's revolver. Okay, so let's look at the wig here. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Oh! Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece! I suppose the fact that it's right here next to where the body was found means we have to accept that. Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And such a flame-colored red, too. Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly! This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. Presumably belonged to Gregson. I can't picture Gregson and Ginger. See that her vigilance joke. So I suppose this is where the victim... That's right, the rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Sith's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. From the shape of the rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhito? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but Well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what if we picture it in our minds can even be worse than reality? So strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. Top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off. Yes, there's wax splatter on the wall behind it. Look. Wait, where? That just looks like the paper is ripped. I suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. But how? Now that the wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Candelabrum. But that doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, whatever. He's not going to have anything to say, is he? If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts. I'm there. Okay, so the windows are boarded up. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least still let in some light, so you could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. So, okay. Okay, well, there's nothing else to inspect. I don't think. Alright, let's talk to Jenna then. Welcome back, Sora. Jenna, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of Clink? That's why I decided to give up, be dive in, and become a detective instead. Oh yes, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm degree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case. Just like that. He did? Yep. And ever since then, he started going out on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what after cases he's working on are, apparently. That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was a legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had all the respect for the Reaper and all. And look at that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? Oh, let me say this much. I take my hat off to that fella. Were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people were terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. I didn't realize the Reaper in such high regard. He said something else to me and all. That I didn't need to worry about the Reaper. Because the only act was at the people who want all bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here? Apparently it's been written by some cove called Hugh Bone. She doesn't fear the Reaper. Hugh Bone. It's sort of a here today gone tomorrow name that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. Haven't even been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. What? All the lads from the yard get piled down and get stuck in the investigation. They're so low here, no one knew what to do with themselves. Get it, it's a reference. I do wonder, is this Sasuto? Well, could it be that this Hugh Bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I'd never even considered that. Nice work, Sozy! We'll actually fall in a line of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around a room, you'll see there's a few things here that hint at it. We should really investigate this place in detail. I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet that walked him in. Apparently, the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yes, it's blown out one of the candles apart completely. But how? There's no bullet hole in the wall. And a gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy! I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or wolf that said so. So why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway, Fresno Street runs along under that window there. There were some street sellers just outside where the gunshot. Don't ask questions. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They're all getting a grilling. Think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves. Doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping for. You'll be up for grilling and all. So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. However, every time you see the coin, he's thinking, my urgent chance for to fumble it. Dang. Okay. Well, time to present her things, I guess. I guess we'll start presenting. Let me make of this. What is that? Evidence? Worked out something what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss. Do I just... Oh, God. We're at this part. Can I not do anything with any of this stuff? Wow, she's just like me. Let's see. Ah, there are some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. So perhaps a bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems. Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Okay. We'll wait for 5 hours. I can't think yet. Okay. I've always wondered, what's on the other side of a hairpiece looks like? Doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? What? What? I don't like how she phrased that. You could have phrased that so many other ways. Why did you say it like that? I'm not sure that's quite how I'd put it. Thank you. You must have used lots of bird lime to keep it in place. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? Okay. Yeah, I see. It's like little latches. Okay. Well. Let's not look down the barrel of a gun. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my. Is this real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms could shed some light on things here. Like who? Do we take this evidence and go somewhere else? The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. So he tried twisting it around and around too, for fun. Yo, what? What's that? That appears to be some sort of key. But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not that size. So what's it for, I wonder? It causes a key-like shaft to pop out of the base. It looks like a little... It's like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? I don't know. Should I present it to Jenna? Oh, hold on. Let me have a look at this a little more. Oh, this is just... It's just, Oh, it's just more nonsense. Okay, Chief Warder Daily Vigil was relieved of his post with immediate effect after violating Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Contract for Citizens. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial risks are fully revoked. He was aiding and abetting the prison escape, the escape of this prison of convict blank just prior to his execution. What? Deals with escape are still being investigated for cooperation partners. Wait. He tried to help Genshin escape? Wait a minute! No, does that mean that when he was supposed to be executed, he was never executed on purpose? Because the guy botched it on purpose so that he could climb out of the grave later and leave. And that's why he was shot. Someone found out. So he wasn't that he returned from the dead. He was never killed to begin with. Okay. Prior to the convict's incarceration. Okay. And... Okay, that's not really going to be helpful. Wait, what does that say? I can't read it. Blackbird Lane. A line? What is this? I can't read it. Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. Oh! The SS Groose. First class cabin number 1. Yokohama departure September 7th. September 11th. London arrival 1st of November. That's the boat Professor Bakatoba and Judge Jigoku came from Japan on, isn't it? Yes, I think it's called the Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Bura. It's a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where'd it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhado? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Well, I don't know if that'll be helpful, but maybe it will be for later. Curly wig. It's not the same as this one, is it? No. Do we leave? I guess we leave. I guess we could check here. It says we haven't visited here for some time, so maybe we can get some information. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's Office. You've made good time. Took the express train back to... Wait, who's talking? Express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. No! It's Kazuma! Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train, so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma-sama. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you've heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes. I'm assured you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. We must bring charges against Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not! It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Bruh. Kazuma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Dude! Wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Well, of course I'm no doubt aware. Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor? It's really easy to change professions in this field, as I've learned through Ace Attorney lore and logic. Oh, God. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no, people over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper the Bailey, and now the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths. But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. Ah. No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. So, Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right. But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart. Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. What? And imagine what it'll mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Dude, he's stacking the deck in his hand. Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain. It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this? But why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation. I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact. You are quite right, Miss Makotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. Ah, after all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive as the judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months. Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Bruh. Oh yes, we noticed that there was a gun at the scene of the Inspector Grayson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zieks? That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhado. Be direct. It's certainly a model that is issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Defied death with his drip alone. Why he got the Roy belt? Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine. I didn't. In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim. No, Gregson had his gun on his person. What about Lord Van Zeeks? He claims it's currently not in his possession. What? According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious. But just because his gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his. No, of course not. Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks. Do I move? I have to present something. What do I present? This? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to present something. Penned by Dr. Mikotobayashi. It's been 10 long years. But you remember my father, don't you? Certainly. I remember him. And the 2 other visiting students. Of course, Mikotoba was assigned to the hospital laboratory, so we rarely met. Jigoku, on the other hand, said he'd just assist him under my personal supervision. Oh, I see. As I said, that was 10 years ago now. But I'm pleased to see they both made names for themselves in their particular disciplines. This is probably... Okay. It's me, Jigoku. I don't know how you would say it. I don't know how you would pronounce it. Oh, I presented this already. Bro, I don't want to have to present every little thing, but I don't know what thing I'm looking to get information on from him. The gun, perhaps? I'd have no clue. You're probably right. Okay, I'm about run out of objects. Do I need to go somewhere else and then come back? But when Sasuto says, have we asked everything we need to ask? Then it makes me wonder. Have a good night, Sora. Take the meme of the guy writing on the whiteboard. Double speed. Okay, they have nothing to present. You know, maybe if we examine Kazuma. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. But there's something that won't return to the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're going to glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery. Wow, I got disrespected! Sorry to take up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. Whoa. Before you go, Ryunosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. Kazuma-sama? What? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhara didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. Oh? I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? The trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me, as the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. It's Gregson, and I'm guessing that's his brother. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson. And a photograph that must have been taken some time ago, by the look of it. And who's the third person? My hair's so dramatic all the time. I thought it was a plan too. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Rinus, okay? Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? Dude, I don't like the fact that Kazuma's our enemy right now. Yo, Mr. Zeeks, we got some talking to do. Kaz, what are you on about, homie? Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter. We've been gone quite some time, though. Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. He's not going to like that. I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such an insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow. Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no. We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been decided. I'd expect nothing less. So, I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi! That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. He's like, ah, dang it, I guess we've got to talk. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi. Genshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father. Yeah, see, I don't blame Lord Van Zieks. He hates Genshin Impact as much as I do. So what cruel twist of fate is this now? 10 years later. The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I also don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew it was a young man's tragedy from the outset. But what could he have been hoping to achieve? And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. He forgets Jennings is actually Chinese. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Nasogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. It's the bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of us, of all us Japanese. The Nipponese bane. I'd only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. It's too perfect, I know! This is a so-called professor assigned to the investigation of his partner. As his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi. Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of this solves the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong. Get Gishin impacted. Oh, how awful. To avenge my brother, I prosecuted an Asoki's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I believed the ascribed prosecutor until he consented. What do you mean by ascribed prosecutor? The man in charge of the professor's case inquiry, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Strongheart was the prosecutor? Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person whom I have felt indebted. I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor. Anyways, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? Ah. And of all things, as a lawyer. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I can no longer control it. And I can understand why. Now I know the history. But in the same ways that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. To Kazuma Sogi, I am the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. I cannot stop the evil within. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Dude, but he cut his dad's statue when he learned his dad was a murderer. I'm sure that Kazuma doesn't blame Zeeks for this at all. There's no way. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yes, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh! The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put in that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed. The generic Linkin Parks. I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would never have been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? I'll autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time and rarely performed. And my brother was, of course, a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So, you must have had a great confidence in the Inspector's abilities then. And it's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life. I don't have confidence in anyone. Oh. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Well, we know that's not true. What really went on between Lord Van Zieks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of the relationship? About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. Their names, dude. As embarrassing as that is, I am afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That, I don't know. Oh! I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. He's never needed to use it. You have something in common with Lord Van Zieks after all, Mr. Naruhado. A talent for misplacing things. Stop frowning at me like that! No, it's nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating with this Nipponese! Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Lord Van Zieks and Griggs. Well, let's present the photo. Lord Van Zieks, we came by this old photograph. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is this the man? Is this man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. It had to be, really. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Dr. Jenna Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice under such a lofty subject matter. Clint with a K. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Let us help you. Mr. Naruhado. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or the lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? Is that which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Who does trust the police? True. Lord Van Zieks. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Nesogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me. But it is! It's his name! I can't not say it! You mean this photograph? Back then I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles and mistrust that plague me now. I know, but I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mirror into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. Oh, the mire. I thought he was saying mirror funny. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhado, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Dang, he actually asked. Of course I will. It would be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruhado. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Fanzese, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask, which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Why do I say Kazuma so fast? Like, it flows out like nothing. Half the other words in this game I can't even pronounce, but Kazuma just comes. Try not to erase this challenge. Succeed, and finally, people can change. Lord Fanzese is the proof of it. All right, so since we are 3 hours in, I'm going to go to the first break in the trial, and if we're assuming we are hitting at around the 4-hour point at that point, and that'll be where we'll stop. Because I'm trying to try to somewhat contain the time of these. Because I've noticed that I feel like it seems like it splits it up pretty well. Because we'll do the whole investigation section next time, and then the other half of the first day of the trial. Unless, of course, it's one of those rare 3-day trial cases, which could be. Haven't seen it before yet in this game, but it's possible. It only ever happened, like, in the first Ace Attorney, really. They never really brought back the 3-day thing. I don't think, anyway. Maybe once in the final game, I can't remember. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you are certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? Me when there's a menacing presence in the courtroom? I'm not privy to the details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. What? No jury? Trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows! Bro, look, his hair's back to normal. First it was crimson red, then it was aqua blue. Now we're back to good old blonde Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes! Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhado? An outright victory for science, you must agree. I did notice. It was literally the first thing I said. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! Well, what to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning! Oh dear, how awful for you. Maybe you shouldn't be drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. So that's Lucius's core. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes, after all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind, my own. Ha! What are you trying to say? I only wish to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Who is it? Oh, it's these two. Jenna! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Oh god, Jenna. Otto. Oh, yes, Jenna? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone says it was him what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Jenna, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it wasn't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh! At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Otto. Get whoever did this for the boss. That poor girl. Honestly, defending you was just as hard, Jenna. It really was! She made it really difficult. Oh no, a trial with impossible odds? Never had that before. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the rich pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. Oh boy. Maybe we should eat the rich. Samuel Naruhado, Lord Van Zeeks. Bro, I'm gonna miss voicing Lord Van Zeeks for the trial, though. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. Why Sholmes there? And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. Dude, whatever. And this guy's also here. True. The 2nd of November. The old Bailey courtroom. It's very quiet in here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barrett von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. Then who are these people behind us? How will that work, my lord? The burden of all aberration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Those are stock models. We don't have time to unmodel them. They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial, I think is what it said. Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. Now there's a line more cliche but I never expected it to be like this. There is, of course, another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Cosima? Exactly. Very well, let's commence proceedings. But it makes sense. The jury, even if they were there, would be so biased against Lord Van Zieks, they would probably throw out anything regardless. Prosecutor Asilgi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on 1st of November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson. I named him very well indeed in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Jenna told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. My Cosima voice is not very different from my normal one. I'm trying to do something different. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only injected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord, not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when its performance can't be proven. Provenance, I mean. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There is a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Frenzo Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Bone. but there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When a policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So, the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand. That's some trust in his position. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening precepts. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Precepts, no! Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear your explanation. I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come, but since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony, then, witness? Witness testimony. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the rooms that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot, spun around, and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open, and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Well, that's not... Dude, what? That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Asogi. It would appear that to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's a laughable. What's gotten into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. What? Dude, also, everyone's so ripped under their jackets. Like, they hug their biceps. Okay. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I had identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question, you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? He's not at liberty. It's not like it's a thing he's lying. He's not allowed to talk. That's what that means. I'm not at liberty means I'm not allowed to say. It doesn't mean he's lying. It means he can't talk about it. Bruh. Don't be a dick. Have you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Grayson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure since the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling that there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, so I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhito. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Ah, God, my knee hurt. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Ah, then it could be. The gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside of the room. No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I can smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point in which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was careless on my part. Presumably then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. but then, where it was the gun that was fired? Well, as I would like to oblige you with an answer, I am afraid I can't. I, too, would dearly like to know that. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who were these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying that they heard the gunshot. And without a thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Jenna told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion, and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was excuse me. What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly that was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first, nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. Oh God, Kazuma. Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak von Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? As you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that's the projectile from the firearm that passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that only one candle appears to have been struck by the bullet. Is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because the particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Ah! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? But wait! The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. And in that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed? What was this common thread, counsel? They all relate to the cases prosecuted in court by Barak von Zeeks. How smug he looked. All of them? All of them? And therefore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good Lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. What? Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, counsel! Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? Well, we know he's not the Reaper. Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court, which is my opinion. Barak von Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable. Counsel,
You will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. And now, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses at the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony, too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord.
What the frick?
Not this dude! So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us.
We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them all a vacant stare as I walk down Fresno and spin a few words into the verse for them. Oh, I'd be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street. Hey, everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your gentle it is. 6 pence is the price and not a penny less.
I'm good. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Why do I have to do it? I'm the poorest one here. 6 pence it is.
You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins.
Bro, what do I care about that? I was like, I want to jump to I want to do like that freaking video where the freaking defendant jumps and attacks the judge. That meme video. I feel like Rinosuke wants to do that to him now. Just jump all over the desk and grab him. Is that it?
No, it's not it. It's gossiping. It wants to spread, but that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. Got more, you know. One of the pieces you want to judge you on? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Whoa! Namely, the unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking out from in your collar. Oh, bro. I didn't even notice. The prosecutor jumped and cut the guy in the nuts! What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. Oh my god! 6 cents a pop? What do you say? Bro, what? You weren't exaggerating with little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want to part with 6 cents for a pop? Wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman.
Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Bro, what is this? I don't... Oh, my God. All right. I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then. This is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Wait. I actually bought it? The Venus Special Firecrackers is even 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of bang could it make? And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell?
I'm a thinker, me. I think over sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand there on the street watching the world go on about me, and they call me the observer. Observator? Is that how you say it? I'll take 100 just to get me out of this hell. Get out of it, old man. Everybody calls you Sandwich and you know it. I'm forgetting their voices. So you don't actually sell anything. A problem share is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and think what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. Yeah, it's every freaking trial. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be buggered, I thought. Just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. Well, what I think is, if what we see is a light and shadow play with our eyes, is any of it real? My God. Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. I like Thinker. I apologize in advance if I forget the voices. I'm probably going to. 3 new voices out of nowhere. It's gonna be difficult. We saw the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything from the moment they went into the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Sandwich! It seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room, and there it was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. It was scared half to death, me, so I ran off to find Copper. Also, I completely forgot the fact that she struck the match on her butt. There was a lot going on there. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrett von Zieks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And just between us, folk love stories like this. I've already made myself a tidy sim already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. So another flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damn dirty, and expensive to boot. Why? The room with which the inspector found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hubone. The testimony of the court, which has just heard, would appear to have leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No! What do you mean, why? Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this, without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Everything has worked as it should be. Dude, Kazuma's eyes down there. When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks? I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was old Reaper that went in last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fellow must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. I don't like how he's moving his lip. It's making me uncomfortable. The victim arrived 15 minutes before? Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does seem like it. I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair was really red, wasn't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
She sounds more southern than British. I do this. That fiery red mop still burns on my eyelids, it is.
Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead?
Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, it was a redhead, and he had a big trunk with him as well.
Bro, I don't need to hear about the man's caboose, alright? But Inspector Grayson's hair wasn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't, in fact, Inspector Grayson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene that we have completely kept away from you until this exact moment. A ginger? Bro, there's been like 3 gingers in this story already before this moment. Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, right? Why is Gregson wearing a red wig? And a red hairpiece. Ha! Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe that Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say.
No, it doesn't.
The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please.
Not with the amount of facial hair he has. It wasn't fit. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. So it just disappeared?
What? You expect us have been washing the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. I can't tell if she's got long sleeves on or if there's just a weird joint in her hand. Okay. What happens to the junk within the trunk? By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it? And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building? That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang! It went, just like that.
Well, he's a reaper, ain't he? That's what the French call a faute applicante.
I don't even know what you're saying. I can't speak French.
When Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the Inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clear motive for the crime.
Yes, certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct? I can't remember what Sandwich did in the last game. He was a character in the last game. I just don't remember what it was. I think he was the cabbie. So when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, you see. All the signs are that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but it's impossible that you and I have met before.
I'm not anybody. Me, the signs are what make me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago, then? Ah. His name wasn't Sandwich before. I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruhito. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot.
Turn down King Henry Street, and the Black Widow's Arms is just there.
Hot. Hot. I can't read the rest of it. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind a sign. Life is full of surprises. So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right?
That I was. Kicked her on and opened the door like a professional I did and yelled out, "What's going off here?"
Lord Van Zieks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though. And it was dark inside the room. And was it dark inside the room?
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
And there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see.
You know, Lord Van Zieks.
Claims to have not seen any such lights on the wall. So how does that even mean?
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Baddock Von Zieks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I ain't no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself.
Do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? Why is this a sentence I'm speaking?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. Sure, I don't know what with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
Well, what I think is we're all nothings, really. We all try to dress ourselves up with something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers.
That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich.
When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten beggar. I told you to keep that secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
Her floor was dead slippery, that's why. Played in my head. Filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck!
What? A pool of blood?
But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. And don't you forget it.
Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
I did, yeah. It happens to be the best of us sometimes, doesn't it? Well, I was scared. I slipped over. We can all keep that secret, can't we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must.
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
I slipped over and got blood on my hands, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor.
Do I have anything to discredit that? Let's see. Why is time of death empty? Maria Gori. I don't like how time of death is empty. Well, that's already the red flag I'm seeing there. Okay. Well, let me press it, though, to make sure. You wiped your hand on the floor.
Well, who wants blood on his hand? They're horrible stuff. And they might have thought I'd done it. No tie.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Doesn't really matter if I left a few grubby handprints on the floor. They'll get cleaned up in the end, won't they? Don't make such a fuss. That's all the message from all of us.
Is something wrong, counsel? No, my lord. I didn't remember anything in the report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all.
Don't come here along that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor, the blood.
I wonder, could that be what happened? Senor Hado, I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. Good after that, me. You made a fine copper. Okay, I don't know if this is helpful. So you didn't run into the room with your friends? I'm not that sort of girl. Sorry? I'm a timid little thing, me. I was too scared to go in there. Ah, right. I see. Oh, Lippy and the witch ran in there, and I heard a sort of old lady scream.
Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it.
I wondered what on earth was going on. It was when you went to find a policeman. And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Did I do well, eh?
Just plain is. That copper's out here popped out his head when he saw the Reaper. I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life. And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalog of killings Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inconspicuous end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony, I'm afraid the judge will just give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhado. The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning. I know stuff. Fortunately, there doesn't any obvious problems with their statements, do there? Still, if Lord Van Zinks really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'll find something in there that doesn't quite add up. You don't think that one of these three could be the true culprit, do you? I don't know, but what I do know is that there's more to this case than is yet to be brought to light. Oh, are you serious? That last statement was contradicted in a number of ways, I think you'll find.
A number of ways, you'll say.
That's right, my lord. In a number of ways.
Perhaps it would serve you well to concentrate your efforts on one contradiction at a time, counsel?
I made a bit of a mess of that. In a number of ways, actually. Okay, hold on. No, I hate his profile picture. Okay, I know he's not. I was gonna use. Alright, well, let's save, because we're at that part where I'm gonna start taking stabs. With what to try and do the logic leap that it wants. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go with this. No? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's see. No, I didn't want to press it! Okay, so what am I looking for? He looks like this guy a little bit, but obviously the lips don't match, but the hair does. Okay, but
therapy.
Ah! The handprint. There we go. Case solved. But what does that mean? So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? It doesn't really matter.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint and blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh, dude, we don't have the sword to lean on, so we just kind of lean on his hips. Ugh. Who put you on the planet? The back of this notice board.
I
don't know what...
Oh, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint and the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Actual hero, it's on the side? The witness very definitely decided that wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim and in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse. Not the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene.
See, I kept employing the floor panning. I was thinking, like, there's no way that if he was at the door, he would have had his handprint on in front of that far away from the body. But, like, I was going on a different logic train there. Let's see. I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... the board moving? The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers should be pointing upwards.
What? What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection.
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And what would that be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. I gotta clear up everything. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Wait, I get it now! Okay, okay, this might explain two things. Why, Zeeks did not see the body, and he said the room was dark. If the notice board was covering up Gregson from the get-go, he never would have noticed him. And he said he heard a bang. What if it was the board falling over or something? That's what my thought is. This is the only possible location.
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body.
Oh, Brick!
If you noticed what had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection.
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, "It's just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of the Inspector Gregson appeared before me."
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, and make no mistake. Cause it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. That can't! The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, making the victim's body visible.
Good gracious.
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw.
Order, order! Counsel, how has this not come to light before now?
After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you seen it yourself? What? Me, my lord?
You and your fellows there were at the scene before anybody else. Without saying that, you must know something about the position of the notice board. Have you, a judge, never heard of tampering with the evidence?
The witnesses in the stand will testify again, and you will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Yeah, stop looking at your glasses at me. I get the message. I don't know anything about that there notice board. I just want my hand on it's all.
Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, Major. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
What was that Reaper, I bet? He's got a face that screams bored.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard a gunshot.
Wait, that sounds really weird of a thing to say.
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp they wish to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a poor, precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. I don't pay to expect much.
It's my man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zieks. None of this was wrangling over the board changes that simple fact.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Well, hell yes! Why is Sandwich even here? I don't know, man. Life, and sometimes in life you just need a sandwich.
Well, then you may proceed, counsel.
Gossip is quite the character. So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Murder? What's your admit? Is there a plain as day for all to see? It's a smashing print of my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you?
No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I had my limits. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and a Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point. Yes, so it seemed. Bro, what is your butt made of that you can strike a match off of it? Is there like a plank in your skirt or something? When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the priority school just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow their school to Kingdom of Hell. Huh. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know that they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I won't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more, and everyone's happy, see? What a racket. Of course, and sometimes teachers give me a little bonus to thank you for letting them know. It's a busy old life, sell explosives. Venus is a grateful goddess indeed. Well, telling Barefaced Lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
Excuse me.
Well, something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? It does have methane in it, so...
If it's at worst, can we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus' statement now just bring something to mind, perhaps? That she's a liar?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said without batting an eye, telling Barefaced Lies kind of my thing, I'm ever so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
He's not entirely wrong. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? Just looking over at her. What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet, innocent face, young lady.
They always do, Your Honor. So Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? She's scared.
Well, if it means I'll be burning in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Old Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshots seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
Based sandwich. Your Honor, I'd like a based sandwich, please.
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What did I tell you?
Yeet!
I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I? What you
I'm
want?
not gonna be here tomorrow.
Huh?
I'm not gonna be here tomorrow.
Oh, you're not?
We don't know where we're going, but it's a surprise.
Oh, okay. You guys better go get ready for your surprise.
It's tomorrow.
Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? Wouldn't they scare him, and rightfully so, but death does not.
So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief!
Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps, I do clearly remember climbing the stairs of the room, yeah. Either you clearly remember it or you don't.
Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. Whoa, perjury actually takes place in the Phoenix Wright games. Or so the Ace Attorney games. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
What do you need?
Hand over the gun.
It's not your gun. I don't know why you want it. It doesn't work. See, you're dropping things. Oh, yes, my lord, of course.
She can add a lie in there.
I did sneak along behind the gospel and have a little peek in the room where it all happened. Well, then tell.
Perjury can be punished, however, setting off explosions in a courtroom cannot.
I guess not. You make a hap by lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I'd take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright. But you did, in fact, go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. Can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did get the place a once over, but it was nothing to write home about.
Right, so now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please. She just goes back and forth.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipped thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
Well, you're telling us that you did move the board!
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft barn pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky in my imagination. The truth now! I might have found this whole pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much if you ask. Ah! Wait, where did she come from? So it was you, was it? You the one who took it! Jenna?
Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
Sit here.
That watch there, that was a present to the Inspector Gregson from the yard. The big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swooped him off him once and blimey he was upset, gave me a right earful. He said I hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him and washed in.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then.
That's not all that, though. I took it to Jabez's place and I asked how much it was worth, but old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Said it wasn't working. Knocked it about and worthless, he called it. Eh! I knew I should have lifted it!
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please. Just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
Not a chance! I'll swipe it for when you try to get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough! Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. And now, children, watch your manners. I keep feeling like there was some...
Oh, you were there. I thought I felt someone over my shoulder. Good Lord! The glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. Doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabez didn't want it. What a waste, huh?
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped. At the hour of 5.
Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. The pocket watch been added to the court record. I need to see that.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. Alright, I need to see this watch. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact. But can you remember that he's a great detective, Mr. Narahata? Not an odd job man. Wait. Oh, that's what this is, isn't it? There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something for that setting for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course. Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe. Well, that's not what I... Yes! Wait, there's the thing! It's the key! It's the keyhole! Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh, yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. It looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? I have, and I can't go faster. Then there's a bit like a key that's about right size to fit into this hole. Maybe wonder if we had the key. Check carefully over what we already have found. I know that. Okay, do I have to inspect the key again?
Okay. Come on, let's go.
Okay, so maybe this will work now. Okay, I know. You skip this part. Okay, I know this is the key. Maybe this is new now. Masasato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gratian's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. But try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. Click, click. It is! I knew it. A perfect fit. And look! Inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Masasato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
Abby, come on.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply, too. Okay, so that's all been solved. Will appear that okay. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Oh, shut up, Kazuma. Go back to being dead! Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Alright, let's see. But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you? Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I have to make it my business to know if I want to hold my sign up high. So, did you go see what had happened? So you did go. It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it? Did you notice the signboard? Did you notice the notice board in the room? If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? Both different members of the sign family. So if I'd spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up out of a sense of rivalry, I admit. So someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo sapiens, not Homo siniens? Does that mean that you didn't notice the board? I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at a crossroads of life. In which case, who was responsible to remove this notice board? We know that now, though. Well, what am I looking for now, though? What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, come on now. Don't tell you just not notice. He looks like he hates everything in the world, that fella. But not notice boards. They're the one thing he likes. You can see it in his eyes. I can't say I'd ever noticed. I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off that man on the floor. Or off the Reaper, not for a second. Sorry? Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a fiend like him might do if you look away, do you? If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm critically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board. We know who moved the notice board. We're still on this. Alright, okay, the Reaper none of the sort. I guess we're to that. I couldn't have missed it if he had heaved the thing up right again and dragged it to the corner.
Right. I'm glad we cleared that up. What happened to the face that screams bored? I feel your pain, Kazuma. Bro, I thought it was a coil. Wait, what? I did hear that noise too, but I didn't hear it as a... Okay. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, maybe it didn't, but maybe if I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fleet is still either way because of the gunshot. We all heard. And your fate sailed too.
My fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose, and the prosecution to win. In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshots. So if I could just find some problem with that part of their story. It may be possible to change all of our fates.
Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, does it?
Okay, so not much to go on. As you pointed out, Mr. Naruhado, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it. But it did happen. Did it happen after the event? So maybe Kazuma is right, and it's not relevant to the case. But it seems to have been deliberately positioned as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this. Yes, I know what you mean. I have no doubt there are more clues that will be uncovered. You're on the right track. I can feel it. So follow your instincts. Alright then. Okay, but I got the... Did I do this dialogue already? You certainly know how to lie. Oh, it was just not really. Just a little porky. With a not so little implications. I didn't realize I hadn't pressed this. But did you know? Everything in the world, apart from the truth, is a big fat lie. If you believe that, of course. I'm lost.
As am I. This desecration of the truth is really rather disturbing. I think perhaps we should move on to the next witness, then.
Wait, so what am I looking... Wait, so what am I looking to present? I'm gonna save here for a second. All right, so let's try presenting the watch now that we've updated the information. That's what we needed. I needed to double check. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh!
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental purposes of which this entire case has been built. What?
Order! But counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard a gunshot.
It is exactly the hour.
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock. Even if that's true, the three witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when this crime was committed. No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come into pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it, winding it. Meant the word to him, though I should did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We could reasonably assume that, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, aye! Well, how you explain it then? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man from winding his watch if he'd been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. Order! Counsel, that is the most extraordinary claim. Objection. Shut up, Cosmo. Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. I was actually going to say that, is that there was not, I noticed it earlier, there was no time of death recorded. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you're forgetting where my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Well, like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes. So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He kept it on fresh, doesn't he? But that blood could have been explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Oh, this is a little dumb. Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all. Objection. But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. The innocent chickens! I forgot all about those chickens. Oh, please, what are you trying to say? As you are nowhere, it was a wild bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me. A street seller's ears are as a livelihood. He's got a whip! I don't doubt your ears, sir. But all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with a firecracker. Well, the culprit could have used something like this, for example. Oh, really? A demonstration is in order then, I feel. What? Yes, please. Show the court how you could use that to create a noise like a gunshot. We're waiting, counsel. I may have been mistaken. Excuse me? It looks like you've been mistaking a lot of noise yourself, Mr. Naruhado. What? Cosmo's got a devastating way with words in English, too. I realize it may be difficult to retract what you said and present some different evidence, but perhaps... Yes, I was saying the same thing myself. Because I'm convinced there is evidence that can produce a similar noise. What do we got? What am I thinking? What? A noise that sounds like a gunshot could have been made with what? 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 Dude, what are you asking me? What's going on? What? I don't... What do you mean it's not the firecrackers? I don't understand. What else could have been made of gunshot? A noise like a gunshot. Bro, what is happening? I don't understand. What possible sound could this be? I don't see it. I'm not gonna say a gun. That makes no sense. I don't get it. I'm not gonna start randomly throwing evidence that makes no sense. Hold on a second. Let's pull up the guide, I guess. I don't understand. This doesn't make any sense to me, honestly. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm upset. This is ridiculous. Where is it? I'm upset. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhado? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that the Venus special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said I could blow up the courtroom. Alright. That was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhado. It's almost exactly like... I hate this game sometimes. Something like this. The culprit could have set off with one of these to fake a gunshot. I'm mad! It was exactly what I said it was! But because I didn't examine it to hear how loud it was, I clearly can't put two and two together. That's infuriating. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness? Now, hold a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those off at the scene? I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person who could cause that bang was Baron von Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? That's why people like him. I fear for your fingers, young lady. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. Good heavens, a bomb? Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhado, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait. It's the whatever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. Like timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a timed device was employed to create a gunshot sound? Well, it would need a light to light it, and there was, the candles were burning. As the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. These are gunpowder scorch which are clearly visible in the broken candle. There are? Good goodness, yes! But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Exactly. So my thought is that it didn't break from the gunshot because there was no bullet in the wall. There was no damage to the wall. But the firecrackers could have broke the candle when it went off. The candle would have melted to the point where the firecrackers would go off. Which means that the scorching of the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. Yeah, like that. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two. Until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud 4 or 5 bombs set up in the courtroom. And that is how these 3 witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. He said the gun was cold too. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than what we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now just hold your horses! All you lots here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. No!
Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also know the lack of time of death in this report. A stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Dang, that freaking casual was burned. Order, order, order! Prosecutor Asoki! What on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've presented with so far, I'd say it's really apparent that the case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel, present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive to the case being investigated by the inspector on the day prior to the incident? Wait, examine? It's not this, is it? No, hold on. Hold on. God. Hold on, I should probably just save and take a guess. Okay, so he's either... Alright, let's see. He's either investigating the missing persons case, or or just the Reaper in general. So let's try this. Okay, there we go. I was thinking this leaning into this one, but I just didn't know which evidence to pick for it. I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not! Such a brightly covered hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. Oh, the people that were in Sholmes' office. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. The two redheads.
It's always the gingers, man. Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. They can't keep getting away with this!
I can concur that we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhado. Well, that's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the chargeman to appear. Bring these two Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asugi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned until next week.
Oh boy. Definitely stopping here. The first half of the trial was well, it was almost as long as I was hoping for, so this was a pretty good length for it to be at. Wow, just like real life! A 7-day recess! Okay, so, let me double check real quick here, before I leave you all tonight. Because my schedule is different for this coming week. So, the next stream day, will actually be Sunday. So, we'll be off tomorrow, and I'll be back Sunday with a stream. So, this coming week, I'm going to be streaming Sunday, Monday, and this coming Friday. So we have one extra stream this week. And instead of it being on like Tuesday, like the last 2 weeks were, it'll be on Sunday. So the silver lining of me getting less hours at work. So I don't know. That may even become a trend soon because someone was taking my Sundays. I don't really know. I don't really feel good about losing hours at work, but I don't mind having more time to stream. So. But that's a me problem. So, we'll be back Sunday. I don't know 100% what we'll do. Actually, you know what? Sunday will probably be, unless I change my mind of what game it is, we might do some more of the Harvestella. And Monday, for those of you who might have missed the last proper stream of Pokemon XD, I am training for the post game. Coliseum. So until that is until my training is fully done, I probably will not be doing another proper stream of it. But I might attempt it on Monday if I feel like by then I have a good enough set to work with. We're gonna have a look. I have made some adjustments, but we'll see. I'm working on it. But that'll do it then for tonight, and then this will be back again next Friday. So I guess really the only question is of what we're playing on Monday, and to which I will figure that out. It will not be another Harvest Moon type of game, though. One of those is enough right now. And I don't have the Xenoblade DLC purchased just yet, so I don't know if I want to start that quite away. I don't know. Perhaps I'll start the Xenoblade DLC after Ace Attorney is fully finished. Also, another real quick, I guess, heads up for anyone who cares about that. The re-uploads, or the what the frick? My keyboard is going insane. The re-uploads of the Octopath series is nearing its end, and it will be done, uploaded by, I want to say, at least around halfway through, almost near the end of February. So when those episodes are all done and posted up, I only have 2 more to edit before I post them. We will be doing a stream where I try to come back to the final section of the game. Like I never did finish the final boss of that, and I know that appeals to a very small amount of people, if anybody at all. But I did still want to try and come back and finish that game before I started number 2, if I got the chance. And I thought, oh, I'm uploading it so slowly that I'll be starting 2 way beforehand. But as it turned out, that wasn't the case. And I haven't started 2 yet. So there's that. I also realized I haven't been playing any RPGs for quite a little bit. My brain also already can't remember what RPG Oh no, it was Fire Emblem. But that ended right around in October, and then it was October, then November with those themed months, and then December was just kind of like a month off from RPGing. So we'll be starting the DLC, I think, for Xenoblade soon, and then we'll be doing the Octopath final boss stream as soon as probably the weekend after the final episodes get uploaded, and then that'll have cleared the way for Octopath 2 when I decide to start that. I'm hoping that Xenoblade's DLC won't be too terribly long in terms of streaming. If it is only an allegedly 4-hour stream, I could probably get through it in less than 10 streams, I'm hoping. Maybe, I don't really know. I have no idea what I'll be getting into with yet, so who the heck knows. But, yes, I'll be back Sunday when we'll do Harvestella, and then we'll go from there. So, have a good night, guys. I will see you guys on Sunday. So have a good night, and see you next time. My outro is cycling over and over. I should just leave now before anything else happens. Bye-bye, everybody.